을 들고 팀명차를 들고 질문팀도 역시 마찬가지 지금부터 제5회 창원 IP음이 중학생 영어 토론대회를 시작하겠습니다. 큰 박수 한번 쳐줘요. 저는 오늘 진행을 맡은 창원 IP음이의 강정현입니다. 편안하게 진행될 수 있도록 최선을 다하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그럼 지금부터 진짜 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 국민 의례가 있겠습니다. 모두 자리에서 일어나 주시기 바랍니다. 국회에 대하여 경례.
나는 자랑스러운 태극기 앞에 자유롭고 정의로운 대한민국의 무궁한 영광을 위하여 충성을 다할 것을 굳게 다짐합니다.
바로 이하 국민 의례는 생략하겠습니다. 학생 여러분 자리에 앉아 주시면 됩니다. 화면이 자꾸 가는데. 다음은 오늘 토론대회를 위해서 물심양면으로 많은 도움을 주신 창원시의 평생교육과장님인 김현수 과장님의 인사 말씀을 듣도록 하겠습니다. 모두 큰 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다. 과장 위에서.
예, 반갑습니다. 창원 특례시 홍남표 시장님을 대신해 인사를 드리게 된 평생교육과장 김현수입니다. 저희 부서에서 오늘 내일 양일간 또 평생학습부 과학축전이 개최되는데 그게 개회식을 방금 전에 마치고 급히 달려왔습니다. 그게 시장님, 부시장님 큰 행사에 참석하시느라 여기 참석하시지 못하심을 널리 양해해 주시고 이 대회는 지금 5회째인 줄 알고 있습니다. 창원 IP음이 영어 토론 대회가 전년도에는 코로나로 인해 가지고 비대면으로 실시를 했는데 올해 다행히 대면으로 돼서 기쁘게 생각을 합니다. 그리고 이 토론 대회를 하는 것은 이 대면으로 이리 해야 박진감이 있고 생동감이 있지 않나 싶어서 정말 기쁘게 생각을 하고 요 참석하신 모든 학생과 학부모님 그리고 관계자 심사위원 여러분께도 감사를 드립니다. 우리 지역 인재를 육성하기 위한 대회인 만큼 또 평소에 갈고 닦은 실력을 올 마음껏 발휘해서 좋은 성과가 있기를 빌겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 과장님 감사합니다. 다음은 오늘 8개 팀 학생을 대표해서 학생 선서가 있겠습니다. 학생 선서는 시너지 팀의 박지우 학생과 송성한 학생이 하도록 하겠습니다. 앞으로 나오세요. 과장님 위로 올라가 주시면 됩니다. 학생 여러분 모두 일어서 주세요.
On oath. All students participating in the 5th 창원시 IPME English debate competition in 2022, in a sincere spirit, will sincerely work for the honor of individual and teams, follow the rules of the competition. I swear that I will not slander others or do anything against my conscience in the discussion.
2020년 창원 IPU 및 제5회 영어토론대회에 참가하는 모든 학생일동은 진실된 정신으로 개인과 팀의 명예를 위해 성실히 임하며 대회 규칙을 따르고 토론에 임함에 있어 타인을 비방하거나 양심에 반하는 행위는 하지 않을 것을 선서합니다.
October 29, 2022. Representatives of participant 박지유 and
송승환.
예, 고생했습니다. 연습할 때는 큰 소리로 이렇게 연습을 했는데 시작을 하니까는 긴장이 많이 되는 모양입니다. 예, 학생 여러분 자리에 앉아도 됩니다. 다음은 앞서 인사는 드렸지만은 세 분의 전문 심사위원을 소개하도록 하겠습니다. 심사위원께서는 일어서서 인사해 주시기 바랍니다. 예, 박수 한번 쳐주십시오. 자, 중요 사항에 대해서 한 번 더 공지하도록 하겠습니다. 이미 공지한 바와 같이 토론은 질문팀과 반대팀에 여러분들이 추첨한 주제를 가지고 토론을 하게 됩니다. 20분 동안 진행되며 기조 발언 그리고 양팀 토론, 정리 발언 순으로 진행을 하게 되며 토론 중간에 여러 가지 상대방의 의견에 대해서 비방을 한다든지 또 잘 듣지 않고 딴짓을 하다가 질문하는 내용에 대해서 잘 듣지 못하는 여러 가지 문제들도 심사에 반영을 하도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 이미 공지한 바와 같이 보고할 것이냐 그리고 안 보고할 것이냐 그리고 시간 오버 등 감점 요인에 대해서는 학생 여러분들께 미리 공지를 해 줄 수 있도록 중간중간에 안내해 드리겠습니다. 아울러 각 팀의 20분 발언이 끝나고 그리고 질문팀 토론이 한 팀의 토론이 끝나고 나면 5분 이내에서 준비 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다. 그래서 자신의 발언 시간과 발표 시간이 이렇게 또래하지 않은 학생들은 다른 팀들이 이야기할 때 잘 들어주실 것을 다시 한 번 더 부탁드리겠습니다. 그리고 부모님께서도 오늘 많은 분들이 참석을 하셨기 때문에 사진 촬영 등은 저희가 해서 나중에 창원 IPO미 홈페이지에 탑재해 드릴 수 있도록 할 테니까는 굳이 촬영하신다고 앞으로 나오거나 그리고 하시지 않도록 다시 한번 부탁드리겠습니다. 그럼 지금부터 저희가 자리를 정리하여서 진행을 하도록 하겠습니다. 장시간 진행되는 만큼 5분 정도의 쉬는 시간을 활용해서 그때그때 학생들이 화장실을 이용해 주시면 될 것 같습니다. 그럼 지금부터 자리를 정리하고 진행을 하도록 하겠습니다. 그러면은 잠시 후 제가 저 가운데 앉아서 진행을 하도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 앞서 공지한 바와 같이 팀 리더는 맨 끝으로 자리를 잡아주시고 선생님이 들고 있는 포인트를 활용해서 자기 자료를 넘기면서 잘 활용하시면 될 것 같습니다. 자, 그러면은 자리를 정리하도록 하겠습니다. Alt F4는 BM처럼 이쪽에 보이게끔 발표팀 위에 그 있죠. A4 용지 붙여놨는데 그 위에 딱 올려놓으세요. BM도 마찬가지. 천천히 준비하세요. 자, Alt F4 팀 리더인 김태희 학생. 자, 우리가 여러분들은 연습할 때 같이 밥 먹고만 했죠, 그죠? 4명이서.
네.
마스크 벗으세요.
네?
마스크 벗어도 됩니다.
네?
마스크 벗고 이야기해도 돼요.
네.
이쪽 마찬가지.
저
마스크 쓰고 싶은 사람 써도 되는데 발표하다 보면 호흡이 가빠질 수 있으니 미모에 자신이 없으면은 마스크를 쓰고 계세요.
저희는 마스크를 써도 예쁘기 때문에 쓰고 있겠습니다.
좋아요. 일단 그 참고로 마스크 벗고 해도 됩니다.
네.
거리가 충분히 있기 때문에 팀 리더인 김태희 학생이 Alt F4라고 이야기하면은 컴퓨터에서 종료잖아요, 종료.
맞아요.
그러면은 왜 팀 이름을 그렇게 지었는지 설명을 좀. 오늘 고마 이것으로 고마 영어에 대해서는 더 이상 공부 안 할 거다.
그렇다기보다는
간단히 소개를 해주세요. 그냥 뭐 생각 없이 지었어요?
저희가 딱 Alt F4라는 문구를 생각했을 때는 컴퓨터로 종료가 떠오르는데 딱 저희는 오늘 진짜 열심히 해서 이 대회를 종료시켜버리겠다는 목적으로 Alt F4라는 이름을 짓게 되었습니다.
네. 좋아요. 영어 종료가 아니고 대회를 종료해버리면 선생님은 더 이상 먹고 살 게 없는데.
대회를 종료시키면 안 되죠. 이 멋진
좋아요.
대회를 앞으로 계속 봐야 되니까.
자, 주제가 학교 폭력 가해자의 생활기록부 기재에 대해서 찬성한다고 지난번에 뽑았어요, 그죠? 공부 많이 했죠? 공부 많이 한 것 같아요. 자, 그리고 우리 BM 마이크 테스트 한번 해볼까요? 본인 소개해봐요.
안녕하세요.
우리가 토론할 때 큰 소리로 일단 목소리로서 기선제압을 해야 돼.
네.
한번 해봐요.
저희가 이기고 싶습니다.
좋아요.
화이팅!
첫 시간이기 때문에 긴장을 푸는 차원에서 다음에 또 엄청나게 뒤에 우리가 발표를 하게 되죠, 그죠?
네.
마지막에 그때 내가 팀은 왜 BM으로 지었는지 한번 물어볼게요.
네.
오늘 부모님 오셨나요? 대답이
네.
없네요. 오셨어요? 손 한번 들어보세요. 예. 부모님 영어 잘하십니까?
아니에요.
그러면은 우리가 하는 소리가 부모님을 욕해도 모르겠네요.
네.
그럴 리가 있겠습니까? 자, 그러면은 준비하는데 뭐 여러 가지 어려움이 있었겠지만은 첫 타임을 잘 끊어야 되겠죠, 그죠? 자, 그러면 제가 무대를 좀 설명할게요. 앞에 타이머 보이죠? 나와줘요. 이제 나와줘야 돼. 타이머 보이죠? 잘 보고 있어야 돼요. 그리고 바로 앞에 있는 모니터 보이죠?
네.
아니 그거 뒤에 스크린 말고 앞에. 그죠? 오. 기술의 대한민국. 거기에 여러분들 준비해온 자료가 슬라이드 넘기면 뜰 겁니다. 한번 넘겨봐봐요. 자, 됐죠? 넘기면서 오케이. 또 넘겨보고. 너무 많이 넘기면 안 돼. 됐고. 자, 질문팀은 상대방 이야기를 잘 경청하고 메모했다. 예리한 질문을 통해서 좋은 토론이 될 수 있도록, 토론은 질문팀의 멋진 질문이 있을 때 가능합니다. 왜? 발표팀은 미리 엄청나게 공부하고 준비했고 이야기하겠죠, 그죠? 네, 자, 일단 F4는 보고 할 거예요, 그냥 할 거예요?
일단 발표문을 연설할 때는 안 보고 하고 질문지를 할 때는 종이 약간 참고할 예정입니다.
그러면은 기조 발언부터 해가지고 정리 발언은 안 보고 한다.
네.
오케이. 감점은 없습니다.
예.
예, 좋아요. 질문팀은 해당 사항이 없기 때문에 잘 메모했다가 이야기해도 됩니다. 자, 준비됐어요? 자, 4명이서 손을 얹고 화이팅.
10초만 기다려 주실 수 있을까요?
오케이. 예, 10초는 엄청나게 긴 시간입니다.
5초만요.
예.
됐다고 합니다.
됐다고 했어요.
네.
예. 기조 발언 먼저 누가 할까요? 오케이. 예. 자, 앞에 시간 있으니까는 시간이 시작하면은 멈출 수가 없어요. 예, 그래서 충분히 심호흡도 하고 물 한 모금 하고, 자, 준비됐다고 생각하고 나머지 학생들 큰 박수 한 번 더 치주세요. 예. 예. 또록또록하게 크게 하세요. 자, 지금부터 준비됐으면은 시작하세요. 예. 중간에 넘기는 거예요. 넘긴다고 말 쓰면 안 되고 말하는 순간부터 시간 갈 거예요. 큰일 날 뻔했네. 방금 시간 보낼 뻔했네. 예. 말하는 순간부터 시간 갑니다.
School violence is getting worse and sneakier every day. Since school violence may occur anytime, anywhere because of the internet, it is also acknowledged as a more significant issue. A controversy regarding documenting school violence in the student record is ongoing at the same time. I believe that it is preferable to document school violence in the student record.
First of all, it can stop school violence from happening again. The primary participants in the preparation for the entrance examination are the students. As a result, if school violence is listed, it may be possible to decrease its incidence because of the fear that their actions will affect the entrance examination. For instance, a middle school student who was bullied by 10 seniors spent 6 weeks in the hospital. Although there was a school committee, the attackers only received a 6-day suspension from class. Similar to this case, the system needs to understand that victims of less punishment suffer greater harm. As you can see from the other examples of school violence, they are very lax of punishments compared to violence level. So, the efforts to stop school violence were ineffective.
Secondly, this approach helps students that understand that school violence is immoral. School violence can take various forms, but it is especially easy for verbal or psychological assaults to spread via social media. Therefore, the culprits must receive severe punishment to ensure that they never again engage in violence. When 14,871 students were asked what was the most needed to stop school violence in 2017, they said that strict punishment for the culprits and strengthening of social penalty were both essential.
Thirdly, victims of school violence lead difficult lives. Do you know the two notorious volleyball sisters, Lee Da-young and Lee Jae-young, who were allegedly responsible for attacking a former classmate? The allegations of victims of school violence were brought forward and became a topic in 2021. In addition, it made the problem of school violence cases very prominent. In this way, if the details of school violence are not recorded in students' files, the attackers can move on without having to think about what they did. Even if the attackers reflect on themselves, the wounds and memories remain in their minds
for the entire duration of their lives, forcing them to live with trauma every day. Victims who are unable to cope with this make extreme decisions.
Some victims are unable to cope with these traumas and end up doing regrettable actions. For instance, in Daegu in 2021, a student who had experienced school violence left the latter and jumped from an apartment, committing suicide. Therefore, we must take into account the harm that school violence does to society.
45% of respondents to a 2013 survey reported having thoughts about suicide after school violence. This result shows us that victims live difficult lives and experience severe anguish. I think the culprit shouldn't get a slap on the wrist. Due to the harm that school violence does to victims, those who commit it should be held accountable by having their records as students with school violence noted.
School violence must be documented in the student record. This is because it may prevent it from happening again, help people understand that school violence is immoral, and heal the victim's emotional scars. Even now, there are reports about school violence, but the punishment for culprit is grossly inadequate. As a result, we should put greater effort into creating a future in which school violence is completely eradicated. Thank you.
네, 질문하세요.
Thank you for your opinion, and we like to suggest some questions. Firstly, let's apply it to us in this debate and think about it. Imagine we are a wrongdoer. Assuming that we have been subjected to coercive punishment, such as listing their wrongdoing in their student records. Although we know we did a wrong thing, it would be not easy for us to admit our wrongdoing. Therefore, we believe that fundamental solutions should be presented rather than coercive punishment. Could you explain us a specific solution for this problem?
잠시만요. 고려 좀 하겠습니다.
We think other punishment is so low, and this record is the minimum. We think the record is minimum measure.
Thank you for your answering. I would like to suggest you some points. A school is an educational institution. If a student makes a mistake, the the appropriate punishment is, of course, necessary. However, we need to focus on leading and educating students who are misbehaving so that the same mistake doesn't occur next time.
I also think school is an educational place, but we think that to punish the attackers is also an education. Yeah.
We agree with the point, but we're saying that the culprit has to reflect their own behavior to not occur or behave the same thing as they did in the past.
Yeah. If we document the school violence in the student record, I think that its purpose is to prevent the school violence. Yeah. So they. By recording school violence, the students will reflect on themselves. Maybe we think.
Okay, but what I am saying is that if coercive punishment is enforced, they can't reflect on themselves.
I listened to your opinion, but we think it is the best way to regulate their actions and behavior by recording their behavior.
Thank you for your answer. This is another question for you. Student records are very important in high school, especially students who are in vocational specialized in art and physical high schools more than middle schools. There is no need to brand new social beginners who are not familiar with social life from the very beginning. We believe that there should be ample opportunity and room for change.
자, 간단하게 답변하세요.
I think victims is first, then attackers, because victims anguish is bigger than attackers' behaviors.
자, 됐어요. 예. 김태현 선생님 혹시 질문 있으면 해주시죠.
저는 그 발표팀 Alt F4 팀에게 질문하겠습니다. I can understand the necessity of punishing the school attackers, but since they are still young, so what else do you think we can do to protect the victims from school attackers, and what can we do to help school attackers become nice grown-ups or citizens in the future? So I need two answers. So one way to protect the victims from the school attackers, and the way to help school attackers become better people or friends or citizens or grown-ups.
I think the protect way for the victims is to care about the emotional and mental care. It will, and
the way to help school attacker is if their behavior is really small action, and also the attackers are seen to reflect their behavior. We also think about deleting their records in students' record.
자, 마지막 정리 발언을 의논한다고 시간을 많이 썼기 때문에 20분 30초 이내에서 해주세요.
We think that we have to document the school violence in the student record.
First, it can stop school violence from happening again, and it will be more effective to future.
And it can help students understand that school violence is immoral.
And victims of school violence lead difficult lives and they live with trauma every day.
There were 3 reasons about documenting school violence in the student record, but I think that purpose is to prevent the school violence, not the punishment. So, by documenting school violence in the student record, I think that we have to prevent it from behaving it. Thank you. 끝났습니다.
예, 좋아요. 네. 처음 해보니까 많이 긴장되죠? 예, 예. 자, 다음에 이제 또 마지막 타임에 또 더 잘 정리된 모습으로 단상에 오를 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 자, 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 자기 팀 명찰 들고 내려오면 됩니다. 물도 갖고 내려오세요.
하셔가지고
예.
저희도 잘 해야겠다는 생각이 들었습니다.
예. 팀 소개를 간단히 해볼래요?
저희는 명서중학교 시너지 팀이고요. 준비할 시간이 많이 부족했긴 했는데 4명 다 같이 연습해가지고 많이 도움이 될 수 있었던 것 같아요.
예. 좋아요. 준비하는 과정에서 뭐가 가장 어려웠나요?
시간이 다음 2일 뒤에 시험이어가지고 그게 가장 어려운 점이었습니다.
여기에 출전한 팀 중에 다 3학년으로 구성된 팀은 유일합니다.
우와.
예. 그래서 최초에 우리한테 데이터 낼 때는 다 1학년으로 왜 잘못 적어냈는지 모르겠다.
죄송합니다.
예. 그래서 방금 알았어요. 예. 예. 시너지 효과를 노리기 위해서 그런 모양이에요.
네네.
예. 자, 우리 딴딴딴. 내가 딴딴딴이라고 해요. 딴딴딴. 예. 나중 내가 팀명을 물어볼게 왜 그렇게 지었는지 발표할 때. 예. 미안해요. 딴딴딴이라고 했어. 예. 자, 그러면은 아까 우리 선서도 시너지 팀에 했는데 왜 시너지 팀을 시켰다 생각해요?
네?
우리 선서를 왜 시너지 팀에 시켰을까?
제일 잘해서요.
쭉 한번 훑어봐요. 우리가 쭉 훑어보면은 4명이고 남녀 혼성이 딱 짝이 맞는데 여기 없어. 그죠? 예. 그래서 3 시켰는데 연습할 때는 큰 소리를 했는데 너무 작게 해버려가지고 내가 가슴이 조마조마했어요. 예. 자, 실제 토론할 때는 잘 할 것으로 큰 소리로 믿어도 되겠죠?
네.
예, 큰 소리를 해야만이 심사위원한테 들리고 어필이 됩니다.
네.
자, 역시 앞팀과 마찬가지로 마스크를 벗어도 벗어도 돼요. 벗어 살 학생들은 마스크에 너무 익숙한 모양이네. 예, 됐죠? 자, 그러면은 시너지 팀 아까 자료를 열심히 들고 올라가던데 보고 할 거예요.
네.
예, 좋아요. 감점에 대해서 크게 개의치 않아도 돼요. 질문을 하고 난 사항을 파악을 해서 빠르게 자신 팀의 이야기를 캐치해서 해줄 수 있는 이는 순발력과 의리력 그리고 토론력을 보는 게 토론대입니다. 자, 이번 주제가 동물 안락사 허용이다, 그죠? 예. 사회적으로 반려동물 인구가 엄청나게 지금 현재 많아지고 있고 또 이러한 여러 가지 다양한 사회적 문제가 있고 또 이런 부분이 있는 데 대해서 우리가 깊이 생각해보는 시간이 됐던 것 같고 시너지 팀은 동물 안락사에 대해서 허용해야 된다 찬성의 입장으로서 그리고 우리 딴딴딴은 어쩔 수 없이 먼저 찬성해버렸어요. 반대 입장으로 그죠? 나서게 됐어요. 자, 스스로를 위해서 박수 한번 쳐요. 네. 자, 앞팀과 마찬가지로 이번 요 팀이 유일하게 4명이 붙어요. 네, 4명. 그래서 우리가 준비된 마이크가 적어서 일단은 앞팀과 마찬가지로 마이크를 2개를 드릴 테니까는 4명, 어차피 발표팀이 마이크가 많이 필요하고 질문팀은 고르게 이야기 안 해도 돼요. 나중 발표할 때 고르게 이야기하면 됩니다. 그렇게 이해하시고 그렇게 하시고 그리고 한번 자료 있으면 한번 넘겨보세요. 네, 좋아요. 이제 다시 첫 페이지로. 네. 첫 페이지로. 오케이. 자, 역시 앞팀과 마찬가지로 발표를 시작하면은 시간이 가고 또 역시 시간이 마지막 발언을 할 때 내가 몇 분 이내로 하세요라고 하는 시간을 잘 들어야 됩니다. 그 시간이 오버되면은 감점이 돼요. 자, 준비됐으면은 박수 한번 쳐 주시죠. 네. 자, 우리가 동물 안락사 문제를 가지고 시너지 팀의 발표를 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
we support animal euthanasia. We describe three important stances why we support this. First, we support animal euthanasia for their animal lives. Animals in the natural environment avoid pains, not continue to live under the pain, feel a single experience of theory sensuous. According to sensuous, animals can feel agony and pleasure like humans. Thus, animals can think that they want to avoid pains. So we agree that they need animal euthanasia when animals experience deadly pains and they feel death is coming to them. You might think that animals want to live in any circumstances. However, there are cases that some animals give up their life themselves.
Really, an antelope which got injured in its legs approached a lion and the antelope was killed by the lion. Scientists agreed that the antelope was thinking it was impossible to survive with his injury. There is another example. A baby bear which was captured to extract bile juice made a painful noise and then its mother bear hugged it tightly and killed her baby, and she died herself. There is one more example I can give you. A chimpanzee killed itself because of mental pain. We may conclude from the instances described above that if animals encounter death or deadly pain, they can decide to suicide as a final way to end the pain. Today, with the help of advanced medical technology, humans may understand or know when the last moment for animals would be, and we could help them not to experience the painful condition. I do not believe that deciding animals' death is unreasonable.
Next, there is a practical reason for the owners of the animals. We have two different factors why we practically consider the needs of animal euthanasia. Social costs are the first factor. According to a survey, Korea spends more than 25.7 billion won on protecting animals every year. Animal euthanasia is being applied when an animal doesn't have any owners to protect it. Otherwise, too much money has been spent on protecting the animals in the shelter. They say 10 billion won out of 25.7 billion won is used for only protecting abandoned animals. If we are not allowed to implement animal euthanasia, we will face two big problems. Not enough shelters to handle 13,000 abandoned animals, and an unimaginable amount of tax money will be spent. Even though animal rights is very important, a huge amount of money cannot be spent only on animals.
Another practical factor is more personal. Let's assume that an animal with an incurable or unknown disease needs continuous treatment. Well, if the owner has no insurance or no extra money for the treatment, his or her choice would be euthanasia. That would be more reasonable than continuously paying for medical expenses or abandoning their animal. It's said that when an animal is a vet for a simple treatment, the average of medical expenses is roughly 6,000-7,000 won. A more serious surgery would cost roughly over 1.5 million won, or more than 4 million won. In other words, those who are not financially stable will give up taking care of the sick animals. There will be a lot of abandoned animals, and the owner may leave the animal in a sick state and see them in pain. It is obvious that applying euthanasia would be better for both the animals and their owners.
Lack of animal recognition is lost our opinion. In developed countries with well-established animal welfare, animal laws, systems, and infrastructure, such as the UK, Germany, and the Netherlands, the need for euthanasia for abandoned animals is low. So they don't have to publicize euthanasia. But we don't think it's right to argue against euthanasia when even though various issues such as animal protection law, food dog problem, animal abuse, and animal registration system have not been properly implemented in Korea.
One example is the euthanasia-free shelter in Gunsan. The shelter became famous for broadcasting that it doesn't euthanize animals. Seeing this, people deliberately dumped the animal in the shelter illegally carried out euthanasia because of the influx of many animals. I think it is inappropriate to ban euthanasia in Korea, which lacks basic awareness of animals.
For those reasons, we are more in favor of animal euthanasia. Thank you.
네, 질문하세요.
Thank Thank you for your presentation, and here we have some questions for you. Euthanasia is an important decision between the life and death of an organism. However, the euthanasia of animals is determined by human thoughts. Because we cannot hear the opinions of animals, the wishes of animals are not reflected. Still, do you think euthanasia is the right thing to do, and why do you think like that?
We think it is fair to euthanize an animal that is close to death because we can predict the degree of pain in modern medicine.
As you said, and according to Pointhand, a Korean abandoned animal adopting organization, more than 100,000 abandoned animals are rescued to shelter nationwide every year, and nearly half of them are euthanized. And if so, we think that euthanizing abandoned animals in a shelter because they are not adopted within a few days is a waste of their life. If you are in favor of euthanasia, do you agree to the human will to decide whether an animal will live or die within those days? And why do you think so?
Please say one word.
As you said, and according to Pointhand, a Korean abandoned animal adopting organization, more than 100,000 abandoned animals are rescued to shelters nationwide every year, and nearly half of them are euthanized. And if so, we think that euthanizing abandoned animals in a shelter because they are not adopted within a few days is a waste of their lives. If you are in favor of euthanasia, do you agree to the human will to decide whether an animal will live or die within those days? And why do you think so?
Please give me a little time, please.
If we don't implement animal euthanasia, the animal will be sorry. If the animal in the shelter case until they are adopted will be happy and comfortable. In other words, we don't think it's right to make animal wait for adoption without a promise in a harsh environment.
If euthanasia were allowed, it would be easier for people to euthanize their companion animals. If so, there may be cases where animals that do not need to be euthanized or deliberately euthanized. Examples include crimes such as organ trafficking and animal testing. Not only this, people can commit various crimes. If people commit these crimes, how will you deal with it and what should you do to prevent these crimes?
We think it is the fault of those who oppose euthanasia, not the problem of euthanasia. We have to find a way to punish them. It's not appropriate to eliminate euthanasia because of that.
Currently, COVID-19 is spreading rapidly, and many people are suffered or die from it. But doctors don't euthanize everyone who is confirmed to be infected with COVID-19, and it is the same for animals. Except for euthanizing animals, other countermeasures such as creating and managing quarantine possibilities may be considered. So we think it is inappropriate and to euthanize animals recklessly. We wonder how you think about this.
Please give me a little bit time.
Please say one more time.
Our question is if the companion animals are got hurt by COVID, as an example, like COVID-19, do you think it's okay to euthanize them?
You question me. People decide to euthanize at COVID-19.
알아들은 만큼 답변하고 다음으로 넘어가겠어요. 발표팀 답변 알아들은 만큼 하세요.
We don't understand well. Please, next question. Ask us next question.
네, 오케이. 심사위원이 질문을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 네, 김태현 선생님 질문하시죠.
발표팀 시너지 팀에게 질문하겠습니다. How can you tell whether the animal or the vet needs euthanasia? Because as far as I know, the animals or the vets try to hide their pain to the end because they don't want their owners to feel sad. So how can we tell? How can we possibly know that, oh, so my dog, my cat needs euthanasia? Because we understand that synergy 팀은, so you think that euthanasia is necessary for the animals, for the vets, right? When they are suffering from severe diseases, right? But I myself had a dog who suffered from cancer for 3 years, and I spent a lot of money, but until the end, I couldn't decide what to do. He just left. So, I mean, how can we tell that, oh, this animal, this vet, is suffering from a serious disease, so we need euthanasia? So how can we tell?
답변과 마무리 발언을 동시에 이어가 주세요.
We think it is fair to euthanize an animal that is close to death because we can predict the degree of pain in modern medicine.
네, 마무리 발언 20분 이내에 종료해 주세요.
We are in favor of animal euthanasia for 3 reasons. We think we need a last resort for animals. If an animal feels pain and it thinks it can't live anymore, it chooses suicide, so I think it can protect its dignity by euthanizing an animal that is deemed unlikely to live. I think animals should be respected as a living thing, but I think it is inevitable to euthanize them for economic reasons. This is because it is a burden to protect too many animals socially and personally, too much hospital cost.
And most people prefer to adopt pretty young or other animals rather than abandoned animals. The question arises is if the animal in the shelter case until they are adopted will be happy and comfortable. In other words, we don't think it's right to make animals wait for adoption without a promise in a harsh environment and make them suffer emotional abuse.
It would be better if we do not have to give any chance of euthanasia to animals and could give special care to them. But in reality, it is true that we sometimes have to make some difficult decisions. We just have to remember that we can't retain both.
끝났나요?
네.
아, 예. 자, 박수 한번 치세요. 네. 네, 생각했던 것보다 잘 안 되죠. 네, 네, 원래 그래요. 네, 네, 잘했어요.
감사합니다.
자, 네, 명찰 들고 내려가도 됩니다. 네, 다 고생했습니다. 옥수수. 예. 예. 마이크를 안 꺼도 돼요. 계속 마이크를 의심하는데 자기 목소리를 먼저 의심하면 됩니다. 예. 예, 좋아요. 예. 영어하고는 좀 생뚱맞은 옥수수라는 팀명하고 또 세발자전거라는 팀명이나 세발자전거는 대충 뭐 짐작은 가기 때문에 나중에 물어보면 될 것 같고 팀 이름을 옥수수라고 지은 특별한 이유가 있나요?
저희 이름이 홍수희고 유수인인데 두 번째 글자가 둘 다 수라 가지고 수 두 개를 붙인 글자를 찾다가 옥수수가 생각나서 짓게 되었습니다.
예. 옥수수도 있고 우수수도 있고 뭐 여러 가지가 있는데 옥수수를 좋아하시네요. 예. 부모님 오셨어요?
아니요.
부모님 오셨으면 옥수수 좀 많이 사드리라고 이야기하려고 했는데. 예. 옥수수 팀이 삼정자 중학교.
네.
세발자전거가 삼정자 중학교. 예. 학교에서 평소에 친하다가 이번에는 안 친했죠? 예. 예. 자, 1학년이고 세발자전거는 2명이 2학년이고 1명이 1학년이고, 그죠? 사랑하는 후배를 위해서 멋진 질문을 기대해 볼게요. 예. 자, 옥수수 그러면 한 학생은 홍수이고 유수인 학생. 예. 목소리 한번 내보세요. 예. 자, 앞에 팀 하는 거 잘 봤죠?
네.
예. 긴장이 아직도 되죠?
네.
예. 두 사람이 일어나서 포옹을 한번 하세요. 그러면 긴장이 좀 가실 수 있는데 괜찮아요? 예. 마스크 벗어도 됩니다. 안 벗을 거예요? 벗을 거예요? 안 벗을 거고. 세발자전거는 마스크 끼고? 예. 뭐 마음대로 하세요. 예. 자, 주제가 타투 문신 합법화에 대해서 찬성한다 입장이다, 그죠? 예, 우리가 타투, 문신, 이 부분이 이제는 우리 사회가 포용해야 된다라고 생각하는 것 같아요. 근데 이게 이제 지금 어떻게 보면은 지금 타투가 불법이다 합법이다를 명확하지 않아요. 타투를 의료 행위로 보고 비의료자가 하는 것에 대해서는 불법인데 문신 자체가 불법이고 하지는 않는 사항인데 그걸 합법화라는 타이틀을 붙였어요. 그래서 이 주제가 조금 어려울 것으로 예상은 되는데 잘 준비했을 것이라고 판단은 되고. 자, 그러면은 보고 할 거예요, 안 보고 할 거예요?
보고요.
보고 할 거예요. 네. 자, 보고 해도 하고 한 가지만 당부드리면은 질문팀이 질문하실 때 좀 길게 질문해야 될 요지가 있다면은 상대방이 좀 파악하기 쉽게끔 질문 좀 해주고, 이게 못 알아듣게 질문하는 그것도 감점 요인이 돼요. 그러니까 길게 이렇게 하면서 질문은 간단한 거 하면서 이렇게 할 필요 없이 해주고, 그다음 발표팀은 질문이 길다 싶으면 메모를 해가면서 해도 돼요. 네, 그렇게 해주고 뒤에 팀도 마찬가지고 앞으로 많이 남았기 때문에 자, 준비됐으면은 시작을 하겠습니다. 시작하면은 자료 혹시 있나요?
아니요.
없어요. 그럼 이대로 화면 놔두고 갈게요. 자, 시작하면은 타임이 가겠습니다. 시작하기 전에 박수 한번 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 시작하세요.
Today, we will claim about legalization of tattoos. Our opinion is agree. These are some reasons to support our argument. As the social identification of tattoos changes positively around the younger generation, the problem of legalizing tattoos is emerging above the water. These debates have become a hot topic day by day, with lawmakers making a pledge to legalize tattoos. For example, Yu Ho-jung of the Justice Party also insisted that tattoos should be legalized, wearing a dress with a revealing back and putting tattoo stickers on the back. According to a 2018 survey of 1,000 men and women by market research from Brain Trend Monitor, 70.9% of them said the perception of tattoos has improved a lot than in the past. The perception of tattoos has improved compared to the past. Especially for the younger generation, tattoos are considered freedom of expression. Historically, tattoos are old. Tattoos in ancient society functioned as a kind of token. It was because the tattoo had a magical meaning. Tattoo gave meaning to members of the tribe and also symbolized their status, like the Maori as evidence. There are various tattoos around the world. Why is tattoos illegal in Korea even though they have been practiced since the past? Although tattoos are also banned in Japan, laws regulate that only Korea and Japan receive tattoos from non-medical people, not doctors, around the world. Despite the fact that legalization of tattoos has been chosen as a pledge by many politicians, this has not been passed every time due to the opposition from the medical association. Doctors oppose the legalization of tattoos because of the several reasons, for example, hygiene, infection, and change of mind. However, in reality, non-medical people's tattoo surgery accidents rarely occur. In fact, very few of the approximately 1 million tattooists complain of side effects or pain. Also, most people want to get tattoos from tattooists, not doctors. It's because tattoo is a piece of art. Art should be done by artists. And yet, it's ridiculous that you can only get tattoos from doctors. In addition, the number of eyebrow tattoo procedures in Korea exceeded 1 million of 2022. People think of art tattoos as art. BTS's Jungkook also got a tattoos, but overseas fans do not think it is a problem. Although not legalizing tattoo actually violates people's freedom. In conclusion, for these reasons, we agree with legalization of tattoos. According to Article 12 of the Constitution, all citizens have freedom of body. If the freedom of the people is violated by these factors, the republics of Korea will no longer be called a democracy. Thank you.
다 했나요? 네, 질문하세요.
Hi, we're the affirmative team, and we would like to pose some questions to the negative team. Firstly, in your opening statement, you stated that the younger generation believe that tattoo is a freedom of expression and believe that tattoos were a form of art. Is that correct? But however, in your opening statement, you did little to say that the statistics you presented were not about the younger generation at all, but about ordinary citizens. Your opening statement did not focus on the younger generation. Please respond.
The older generation is they don't like wait a minute. For the trend monitor, younger generation is more positively than older generation. So we say about younger generation.
What do you mean by the word positively? You said that the younger generation was more positively than the older generation. However, this is an illogical sentence. We ask you to state your reply again.
The younger generation is more attraction to tattoos, so younger generations, the trend monitors ask about younger generation because younger generation get a tattoo more and have a question to tattoos, why they are not legalization to tattoos. And we cannot see ordinary get tattoos.
Moving on to the next questions. As you know, tattoo treatment is done by violating the integrity of the skin with needles to inject colors. And this can cause side effects, which we can't even predict. It is clear that tattoo treatment is some kind of surgery. Who can you believe between professional doctors and ordinary citizens who are without medical license?
But in reality, no medical people's tattoo surgery accidents rarely occur. Also, tattoo is a piece of art. Art should be done by artists, like tattooists.
Okay. So, are you claiming that tattoo is a piece of art, and tattooists should be considered artists. Okay. Are you saying that?
Yes.
Okay. Could you please elaborate on why you consider tattoo to be art?
People have gotten a tattoo for a long time. If tattoo wasn't on art act, people wouldn't get a tattoo. For example, many people enjoy to get tattoo, and tattoo is a drawing picture to body.
예, 우리 알렉스 선생님 질문이 있으실 것 같은 강력한 느낌이 듭니다.
How are you? How are you?
So nervous.
Well, don't be. I don't have a tattoo, but a lot of my friends have tattoos. In America, it's legal. In Korea, it is not legal. I am in favor of legalization. Don't worry, I won't take away points. You're fine. But my question is, if tomorrow it becomes legal to give tattoos, not doctors, but artists can give tattoos tomorrow. If tomorrow it becomes legal, should we punish people who gave tattoos yesterday or in the past?
Yes, they have to punish because they can't have a tattoo, but they make a tattoo for people yesterday. So yesterday is illegal. So illegal time is when yesterday they have make tattoo. It's illegal to law.
Do you think it should be the full punishment or maybe a lesser punishment for those people?
we think the punishment should be less. If so, it is not a mistake anymore, and they just express their self.
예, 마지막 정리 발언해 주세요.
In the past, tattoo was considered as a token, and these days there is a lot of young people's consent for tattoos, and awareness is getting better, and there is a lot of talk about legalizing tattoos. The proponents argue that it is an act of art, not a medical act, and this case is considered a serious violation of freedom. In addition, tattooing can be a reason because it makes you remember values or beliefs for a long time. But there are some people that advise for others and suffer from it. Also, it is not good to others, so if they go to the factory, they are unfair to them. It is a discrimination too. The other side points out a lot of hygiene as a side effect or wound to the skin through medical practice, which may have already been in the process of becoming a tattooist as a lot of preparation. Therefore, they have to possess license that they can touch the customers and make a tattoos, so it's not possible to illegal tattooing. Besides, tattooists are likely to have received proper work because they are produced only a few times a year. Plus, there is a low probability of side effects, so you don't have to worry about these problems. Tattooing cannot be a medical practice because it is also an area of art. Tattoos are still not good in Korea, but it is mentioned as a presidential plaques. For example, Jae-myung Lee made a plaques for tattoos legalization. He said tattoo is a part of happiness. And there are continuous talks about legalization in Korea, so I hope that the freedom to get tattoos will be restored as they become legal. Thank you.
예, 박수 한번 쳐주세요. 생각보다 잘 안 되죠? 잘했어요. 자, 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드리고 명찰 들고 내려오세요. 네. 칠면조, 예, 그 팀 명찰 발표팀 위로 올려주세요. 예. 아니, 그 종이 있는데, 예, 다른 팀 하는 거 안 받는 모양이네. 예. 오른쪽으로. 오케이. 예. 다른 팀 하는 거 봤죠?
네.
예, 어때요?
완전 떨리네요.
아, 그래요?
너무 잘하셔가지고
예.
저도 쫄았어요, 사실.
예. 영어 토론대회 나와가 쫄았다는 소리를 내가 어떻게 받아들여야 될지 모르겠네. 예. 극락칠면조가 이게 도대체 내가 이 추첨을 하면서도 이 무엇이 칠면조하고 극락하고 어떻게 연결되는 건지.
아, 저는 이건 때는 2022년 9월의 어느 날이었는데요. 저희 팀원들 중에 이분이랑 오모 씨랑 이모 씨가 싸움을 벌였어요. 한 명은 극락조를 하고 싶어 했고 한 명은 극락조를 하고 싶어 했고 한 명은 칠면조를 하고 싶어 했는데, 그래서 저희가 끊임없는 갈등 끝에 찾아낸 해결책이 그럼 우린 극락칠면조로 가자였습니다. 그래서 저희의 팀명은 극락칠면조가 됐어요. 영어로는 Paradise Turkey 팀.
네. 그런데 그 학교가 달라요. 네. 다른 팀들도 또 우연찮게 또 학교가 다른 팀끼리 또 이렇게 이쪽도 보면 챌린지 팀도 구산중학교, 청복중학교, 안남중학교, 삼정자중학교, 그죠? 초등학교 친구예요. 안 그러면은 그냥 뭐 어쩌다 보니까 극락하고 칠면조가 만난 겁니까?
저희는 초등학교는 다른 데를 나왔지만 저희의 마음은 한 곳을 향하고 있었어요. 그래서 이렇게 어쩌다 보니까 같이 이렇게 동고동락하는 사이가 되면서 다 같이 이런 창원 IPU미 영어토론대회라는 그런 아주 큰 목적을 같이 이루게 되었습니다.
아, 우승을 위해서?
저는 우승을 원하기도 하지만 그건 좀 부가적인 요소고요. 저희는 그냥 참가의 의의를 두는 그런 팀입니다.
아, 좋아요. 네. 부모님 오셨어요?
저와 이모 씨의 어머니 아버지께서 나오셨습니다. 안녕.
네, 참가의 의미를 두는 거 맞나요? 아, 예, 알겠습니다. 예, 예. 맛있는 거 사주시겠네, 오늘 꽁땅해도.
소고기 사주세요.
예, 꽁땅은 발표 안 합니다. 걱정하지 마십시오. 예. 자, 이번 주제가 제주도 무사정 입국 허용이다, 그죠? 무슨 소리인지는 알죠?
압니다.
예,
네.
좋아요. 모르고 준비할 일은 없을 것 같고. 자, 우리 챌린지 팀은 남녀 혼성 팀에서 학교도 다르고 나중에 이제 바로 교체합니다. 그죠? 좀 이따가 그때 내가 물어볼게요. 네. 자, 그리고 자료가 혹시 준비됐나요?
네, 저희 PPT를 준비했습니다.
네, 그러면 보고 할 겁니까?
저희 보지 않을 겁니다. 대본은 따로 안.
PPT에 막 글자가 막 있는 건 아니겠죠?
전혀 아닙니다.
오케이,
저희.
오케이. 예. 예. 공정한 진행을 위해서 질문한 겁니다. 예. 그럼 안 보고 한다. 예. 자, 뭐 별로 긴장은 안 하는 것 같고, 예. 즐기러 온 것 같고, 참가의 의미를 두니, 예. 그렇다고 하더라도 질문팀은 방심하면 안 됩니다. 예. 방심하면은 자칫 잘못하면 넘어갈 수 있어요. 예리한 질문으로서 좋은 토론이 될 수 있기를 기대하겠습니다. 역시 앞에 시간 보이죠? 아니 앞에.
아 저기 저.
네 앞에.
네.
네. 앞 뒤는 알잖아. 네. 시간 잘 봐가면서 잘 진행을 할 수 있도록 하고 자료는 파워포인트 넘기면 그 앞에 또 있죠 밑에 모니터에 나옵니다. 준비됐으면은 시작하세요.
시작하겠습니다. So we are Paradise Turkey team, and we are against side of no visa legislation. There are many controversies about the legislation that allows foreigners to stay in Korea for a month without visa, which names no visa legislation. Jeju Island has been doing no visa legislation since 2002 based on Jeju Free International City Special Law. And as a result, the number of illegal immigrants has been increased over 10,000 people, and like this, many problems occurred because of this legislation. So we are going to So we are going to focus on it and explain the reason why we have to abolish no visa legislation.
To begin with, due to no visa, the crime rate in Jeju Island was increasing a lot. The no visa legislation allows criminals to sneak into countries easily. By visa, countries can get information about passengers who want to take a trip to the country. And with that information, countries can figure out whether the passengers are dangerous people, such as criminals, or not. For example, in Gyeongyang News, there is a part of the news that said a Chinese people who entered the Jeju Island without any visa killed the Korean people who was praying in the Jeju Cathedral. And like this situation shows, residents who live in Jeju Island cannot know when and where the criminals can appear and kill them. So residents in Jeju Island will quiver in fear and don't able to go their real activities.
Also, this system increases number of illegal immigration. This system benefit is people can come into the island easily. However, the problem is people who stay in the island illegally. The visa system allows people to stay in Jeju Island for 30 days legally. However, there are some people who do not come out even though the term finished. Those people are illegal immigrants. In KBS News, there is a substance that said number of entrants who use no visa system increased. So number of illegal immigrants increased more than 10,000 people. These people can commit a crime or get a job illegally to earn more money. For example, in KBS News, there is a paragraph that said Thais in Korea earn 45,000 baht. However, workers in Thailand earn 20,000 baht. Thais in Korea earn 2 times more than Thais in Thailand, so many Thais want to earn money in Korea.
Secondly, because foreign capital can inflow a lot in Jeju Island. Because of foreign capital, Jeju Island would have many negative effects. For example, in Kumangli Hanlib of Jeju, it was handed over to residents, but nowadays it has been long handed over to a Chinese subsidiary, Xinhua Lian Group. And also, there are 7 China's capital tourism development industry. And like this, there are more and more industries that using China's capital. And also, the Chinese companies are undermining the nature by using their capitals and buy the best of land and develop it by creating golf courses and resorts. And by the Korean Ministry of Land, the change of China's Jeju land, which is Chinese baht, was 9.45 million meter squares. Like this, Jeju Island is Chinese people bought Jeju Island. And Chinese comes to Jeju really much, but problems occurred. Many Chinese capital established travel agencies in Jeju Island, and since there, an unbalanced growth has been seen. So even many tourists comes and they spend much money. Most of the money just straight go into Chinese pocket. Also, because of that, native capitals can't earn much money. 네, 감사합니다.
네. 질문하세요.
If the visa-free system is abolished, the economic condition may temporarily deteriorate. How will you respond?
So you means if we allow no visa, if we against no visa legislation, the economy in Jeju Island don't work?
Yes.
Then we can say that Jeju, if we see long terms, this is really efficient because we can preserve the Jeju culture.
The crime rate is almost the same as in regions without a visa-free system, and even when there was no visa-free system, the foreign crime rate has hardly changed. Isn't that a positive thing?
However, the fight with same Koreans and the fight with Koreans and other people in other countries is different, because first one is just a problem in Korea, but second one need to be this second one is international problem. So this two is quite different.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Yeah, and you said about illegal immigrants is a bad thing to Jeju and our nation, but illegal immigrants can also help in economy, because some people need workers for them. Yeah, so I think illegal immigrants also needs in Jeju. What do you think?
So you mean Jeju Island need illegal immigrants for working?
Yeah, because some people need workers to work for them.
However, they are illegal. If they want to work, maybe they can not immigrant, maybe they can ignite to Korea and work, but they are illegal.
Okay. And we searched about the visa-free system a little bit, and it said the fake refugees also came to our nation and Jeju. And we also searched that the national average for the fake refugees past 4 was 5.7%. So I think it cannot be said that non-visa-free system is a bad thing. What do you think?
Like you mentioned before, you said fake no. The fake refugees can come to Jeju Island, right? Then it is bad thing. Fake refugees come to Jeju Island for what? Do you think? We think fake refugees come to Jeju for like same reasons with illegal immigrants, for money problem, and others just want to settle in Jeju Island.
Okay. 질문 끝났어.
네, 오케이. 시간이 좀 남았기 때문에 이번에는 심사위원님의 질문을 한 2가지 정도 받도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 김태현 쌤 질문하시죠. 글로리아.
Hi guys. So I'm gonna talk about what he said last about refugees. So refugees are people with no homes, right? They go around looking for homes. So do you think it's fair, for example, if we have the no visa legislation, if Jeju needs a visa, do you think it's fair for the refugees who are coming there to need a permission to get into the country?
My friend said, for refugees, we think we should do visa legislation to refugees too. Even though now refugees comes to Jeju Island with no visa. Yes.
네, 김태현 쌤 질문 한 가지 더 하시죠.
발표한 팀에서 지금 이제 반대를 얘기했거든요. 근데 do you think this is only a matter about Jeju Island or a whole country, Korea?
For refugees?
No. The no visa
No visa legislation?
Yes.
No visa legislation is just for about Jeju Island.
Why is that?
Because, like I mentioned in presentation, we said based on Jeju Free International City Special Law, Jeju Island and Jeju City is a special city which is famous about traveling. So I think government just allow Jeju to come many people to go Jeju for travel. Yes. So it's different with whole country. Yes.
Then yes, you're right. So many foreigners prefer going to Jeju to travel. But if a lot of foreigners, for example, prefer going to like Jeonju or Ulsan or Busan, then what should we do? Changwon. Yeah. So if a lot of foreigners want to come to Changwon without visa, then what should we do? So I mean, should we do something about that every time, not only about Jeju Island?
Yes, okay. Since 2022 and September, our government just said about the legislation about ESTA. That's just a some simple legislation that we all foreigners who want to travel to Korea just need some simple documents for going to Korea. So I think if you think of that legislation, that law, that system, then it could be good.
네. 마지막 마무리 발언 시간이 넉넉해요. 천천히 해서 20분까지 마무리해 주세요. 마무리 발언.
Until now, we told you that why we think we against no visa legislation in Jeju. And first reason was it can increase crime rates, and second was inflow of foreign capital. And we think this no visa legislation is very harmful to Jeju Island for culture. And we are just wondering about you guys' opinion. So what do you think about this topic? Do you think that we should against it or agree with this? And this is sources. Yes, thank you.
네. 네. 시간이 많이 남았다, 그죠? 네. 자, 이제 전반전이 끝났어요. 다들 이제 입을 한 번씩 풀어봤습니다. 그렇죠? 예. 곧 바로 두 팀이 이제 공수교대를 해서 만날 건데 팀이 발표 순서 이렇게 짜진 이유가 맨 앞에 하면 통상적으로 좀 떨리고 불리해요. 그래서 또 맨 뒤에 할 수 있는 기회를 줘서 또 좀 많이 할 수 있도록 해주고 또 중간중간에 이렇게 섞어 나온 겁니다. 자, 그러면은 전반전이 끝났기 때문에 우리가 20분 정도 휴식을 하고 시작을 할 거예요. 그래서 20분 정도 휴식하고 다음 공수교대하고 할 거니까는 일단 팀 명찰 들고 내려오세요. 자, 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 챌린지 팀 마이크 잡아요. 예. 자료 준비된 거 있나요? 있어요. 저 설명 좀 해줘야지. 자, 우리 한번 눌러봐요. 됐어요. 구산중학교하고 창복중학교 어떤 사이입니까?
아무 관계도 없는데.
네.
그냥 길 가다가 영어 토론대회 한번 나가볼래가 나온 겁니까?
아, 그냥 그 창원 영어 토론대회가 있길래 둘 다 영어에 관심이 있어서 나가고자 하는 취지가 있어서 어쩌다 보니까 뭐 둘이서 같이 하게 되었습니다.
아, 그럼 이번에 처음 만났네.
네, 처음이에요.
어떻게 그럴 수가 있지?
그러게요. 와.
비밀입니까?
네?
어떤 친구지? 부모님이 서로 잘 아시는 사이인가?
아니요.
그래요. 더 이상 묻지 마라 이 소리네. 아예 모르는 사이. 우리 그럼 창원아이 피움이 회원이네.
네.
예, 그렇네요. 그 큰 인연이다, 그죠? 자, 앞팀이 발표하는 거 들었죠? 네. 4명이고 2명이고 일단 수적으로 기죽지 않았으면 좋겠습니다. 알겠죠? 큰
네.
소리로 하면 되겠고, 그다음 우리 고교학점제 전면실시에 대해서 찬성한다, 그죠? 지금 1학년이기 때문에 고등학교에 가면은 고교학점제를 실시하는 것으로 2022년부터 전면 실시하는 거 공부해봤죠, 그죠? 예, 그래서 어쩔 수 없이 고교학점제를 하게 됩니다. 그래서 이 제도에 대해서 찬성의 입장으로 공부를 한 것 같아요. 극락칠면조는 이제 반대 입장에서 질문할 것 같고, 예. 앞서 이제 해봤기 때문에 좀 잘 알 것 같고, 자, 긴장은 조금 안 하도록. 왜 2명, 4명 앉아 있으면 좀 긴장이 돼. 그래서 내가 선생님이 좀 말을 많이 시킵니다. 큰 한숨을 쉬어요. 예. 마스크 끼고 할 거예요?
네.
네, 좋아요. 준비됐나요?
아니 근데 왜 팀 이름 이렇게 정했는지 안 물어보세요?
물어봐야지 한번. 예, 미안합니다. 예, 나도 이게 이제 장시간 앉아 있다 보니, 예, 나도 옛날 같지 않아요. 예. 챌린지 뭐 추측은 되지만은 말해보세요.
저희가 이게 저희 둘 다 처음 영어 대회를 나와보는 건데 맨 처음 도전을 두려워하지 말자라고 생각해서 이렇게 지은 것도 있지만 또 오늘이 또 저희한테는 특별한 날이거든요. 왜냐하면 창원 IPU미에서 영어 토론을 대회를 개최한 중요한 날이기도 하지만 얘네 그 어머님이 출산을 얼마 전에 하셔가지고 오늘 조리원에서 나오는 날이고 오늘 또 저희 할아버지 생신이어가지고 조그만한 선물이나 기쁨을 해드리고자 여기에 더 나오게 된 계기가 됐습니다.
예, 심사와는 무관합니다. 예, 축하하고 너뚱이 동생을 축하합니다. 자, 박수 한번 쳐주세요. 자, 그럼 이제 준비 진짜 됐다, 그죠? 좋아요. 한숨 쉬고. 준비됐으면은 보고 할 거예요.
아니요, 안 보고.
안 보고 할 거예요. 파워포인트에 글자가 깨알 것이 없죠?
네, 하나도 없어요.
좋아요. 준비됐으면은 시작하세요.
Hello everyone. Tell me, are you worried about your future? Do you want to be in charge of your own destiny? Well, today I'd like to talk about the benefits of the high school credit system. First, I briefly explain what the system entails and then offer reasons why I'm in favor of it. The high school credit system is a system that allows students to choose various subjects according to their career goals. It allows students to study hard through their own schedules. Consequently, students can graduate if they meet their graduation requirements. There are three reasons why I'm in favor of the high school credit system. First, the high school credit system enables customized education for students and can further boost students' interest. Uniform education is difficult to motivate students in class. Each individual has a different learning speed and different learning goals. In a standardized educational system, their morale of learning can be decreased. In contrast, the high school credit system respects each student's right to choose so that students can select their own career path. Secondly, today's world changes rapidly due to the dawn of the fourth industrial revolution. We need to prepare for the changes, such as development of science like artificial intelligence. The current high school education system in Korea is a rigid system which is designed to implement defined curriculum. This type of education is not suitable for the rapidly changing world we currently live in. Fortunately, the high school credit system can prepare students for the future. Students who are interested in science and technology can develop their skills for the future scientific advancement of society through the process of choosing their own study plans. In order to develop talented people in science, we hope that the high school credit system can be spread nationwide. Meanwhile, several schools have recently introducing digital learning using videos. As you know, these days, the popularity of educational resources on YouTube has increased exponentially. This new area of digital learning not allow students to actively acquire knowledge, but also enables more efficient learning.
Third, the high school credit system can reduce the polarization of the education. Despite technological advances and the rapid economic growth, the polarization of the education is getting worse. If there is an educational gap due to social inequality, the students born to poor families will not get the same educational opportunities as the proverbial gold spoons. What should we do to address this inequality? To sum up, for me, equal access to quality education is needed for all students. To this end, the high school credit system should be actively implemented. Like she mentioned, the high school credit system is customizable. It prepares students for the fourth industrial revolution, and it guarantees equal learning rights for all students, regardless of their socio-economic backgrounds. I truly believe that the high school credit system is a beacon of hope for the future of education. Thank you.
질문하세요.
Thank you for presenting, but I have a question. Isn't it too difficult for middle school students to find their future dream? If they go high school without determining their dream, it must be meaningless.
Can you repeat that, please? It is too fast and it sounds like small.
Isn't it too difficult for middle school students to find their future dream? If they go high school without determining their dream, it must be meaningless.
The age we can vote become younger, so I can't say they are young. Now the free grade system is being implemented, but it is only a base course for the high school credit system. If you're against the high school credit system, the free high school system should be opposed either. It may be difficult to decide a career path quickly, but the more time you have to prepare, the better.
However, if we do school credit system, if we don't determine our dream, then it can be wasting our time. We think that for middle school students, the 6 months is really important for them. So, is it wasting time? So I'll tell you more that we think not knowing about our dream in our temp and go to high school with my own classes, it is wasting of time. Yes.
So you mean that if we don't decide our career in our middle school or high school, it will be a waste of time, right?
Yes.
But the original plan of high school credit system is to set their career as for their lives. Yeah, so they can set their career in high school.
However, we should go university after 3 years, okay? But if you waste 6 months and maybe we set a career that don't need it, and maybe it could be really big damage for them.
I know that in the first place, whether we want to the high school credit system or not, it will be implemented unconditionally in 2025. There are already gift schools and Meister High School and the university and high schools have a limited number of applicants. So if the number of applicants does not reach the desired schools, the high school credit system should not become what it wants, but you can choose second what you want to learn.
Thank you for answering. If they do only something what they want, they will not acquire basic knowledge well. How can the high school's credit system solve this?
Can you say it one more time, more slowly?
They do something what they want, they would not acquire basic knowledge well. How can the high school credit system solve this?
Even in the current education system, there are students who are avoiding difficult subjects or doing some popular classes. Yes, so I think it's okay for the high school credit system has a little bit of unpopulated class.
So you guys means that just applying what we want is okay?
Yeah.
However, as we mentioned before, they are middle school students and wasting time is really harmful for them. And basic knowledge is something that we have to learn in middle school. But if we don't learn this, maybe that would be a big problem when they go society. So an example, if I just want to learn about the math, if I become the member of society, I need to know about Korean well too, right? But if I just want to learn about math and just focus on math, then how about my Korean skill? Yes.
I can say their young age. For example, the US and Finland, which are countries that have major educational powers, have already implemented the high school credit system. Therefore, Korea also desperately needs to rally human resources and prepare for the future with a high school credit system. So I agreement to high school credit system.
Okay, thank you. We are done. Yes.
네. 예, 공수했을 때 마찬가지로 글로리아 심사위원이 질문을 하도록 하겠습니다.
Actually, every time, whenever I think about educational system in Korea, I feel really sorry for you. It must be so hard, right? So it's getting more and more harsh than many years ago. So I can totally understand. But out of curiosity, I really want to ask you this. Do you think we go to high school? No, I don't go to a high school anymore. Do you think you go to high schools only to be educated? Or don't you think there can be something else in high school? Yeah, so I really want to know what you think about high schools. So what you expect in high schools. So scores and grades are not everything. You know that, right? So, well, honestly, effectiveness will not be everything. So once again, I really want to know what you think about high school education, what you expect, and what do you think it's going to be?
If we follow the current education method, we have to go to college and make a decision in a hurry and push for the high school credit system to listen to our opinion and help us discover new talents. We are also teenagers with a long and long future who are now. So I'm confident that it will help me try everything and pursue a better life.
So you mean where? Where can you do that? So how do you think you can pursue your dreams better? If you graduate high school faster, earlier, or?
Because the high school credit system is a system that allows students to choose various subjects according to their career goals. So it allows students to study hard through their own schedule.
예, 마무리 발언해 주세요.
Let me put it again to make my point. To sum up, the reason why I'm in favor of the high school credit system is that first, the high school credit system can create customized education for students and increase the interest of students. Secondly, today's world is developing rapidly. The US and Finland, which are countries that have major educational powers, have already implemented the high school credit system. Therefore, Korea also needs to rally human resources and prepare for the future with a high school credit system. Third, the polarization of the educational gap due to gap can be reduced. This is because the high school credit system guarantees equal right in learning. If there is an educational gap due to social inequality, students born to poor families will not get the same educational opportunities. In addition, it is clear that it is an advanced system in terms of comprehensive evaluation. So in addition, it is clear that it is an advanced system in terms of comprehensive evaluation. So I strongly support the high school credit system for these reasons. The high school credit system is the hub of future education. Thank you.
예, 박수 한번 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 챌린지 팀은 안 보고 한다고 했기 때문에 그 중간중간에 질문했을 때 그대로 읽는 경우가 있는 것 같는데 일단 거기에 갖고 갈 거 전체 요리 갖다 주시고 그대로 읽은 게 있으면은 감점을 하도록 하겠습니다. 예, 일단 그 전체 갖고 있는 자료를 이쪽으로 좀 주시고 내려가세요. 자, 고생했습니다. 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 이번엔 팀 명찰이 어디 갔네. 아까는 이름표를 잊어버리더만은. 자, 이제 질문하다가 이제 발표팀으로 왔어요, 그죠? 예. 또 질문해야 되겠죠. 왜 세발자전거인지. 예.
세 명이라서요.
그래, 그거는 내가 짐작을 했는데, 예. 단순하게 그겁니까?
네.
좋아요. 예. 더 이상 내가 질문을 못 하겠다. 예. 토론을 하려면 뭔가 여지를 줘야 되는데. 예. 자, 우리 2학년이고 1학년이고. 예.
네.
1학년을 섭외한 겁니까? 그럼 1학년이 대시를 한 겁니까? 우리 박태훈 학생은 2021년 골든벨 우승자다, 그죠? 어떻게 된 겁니까? 1학년을 스카우트 한 겁니까? 1학년이 2학년을 대시를 한 겁니까?
안 그래도 스카우트 하려던 찰나에 대시를 받아버려서 이렇게 됐네요.
좋아요. 예. 골든벨하고 토론대회는 상관이 없습니다. 내 경험에 의하면은. 예. 그래도 창원아이 피우미를 통해 가지고 골든벨 우승도 하고 토론대회까지 나오는 분들을 많이 봤어요. 예. 그래도 자, 실력 발휘를 할 수 있도록 준비를 많이 했을 것으로 보여지고, 이번 주제가 유명연예인 병역특례 허용 반대, 그죠? 예. 그리고 우리 옥수수 팀은 찬성의 입장으로 토론을 준비를 했습니다, 그죠? 예. 보고 할 거예요, 안 보고 할 거예요?
보지 않고 하겠습니다.
예, 보지 않고 한다 했는데 아까 앞뒤 봤죠? 보다가 자료 갖고 와서 검증 받는 거, 그죠? 메모를 해서 상대방이 질문하는 걸 메모를 해서 내가 현장에서 메모한 걸 하는 건 괜찮아요. 그런데 미리 준비된 예상 질문 답변지를 보고 하는 것도 보고 하는 겁니다. 네, 자, 지금 빨리 판단하세요.
보지 않고 하겠습니다.
좋아요. 네. 자, 그러면은 미리 준비된 질문 답변지 나중 그대로 답변하는지 체크할 겁니다. 그러면은 적시 대답을 해야 돼. 찾아가지고 이렇게 하지 말고. 네, 좋아요. 자, 준비됐으면은 시작하면 시간 가도록 하겠습니다. 왜? 잠시 기다리라고 마이크를 뺏어 보내. 됐나요? 네, 자, 다른 학생들을 기다리게 할 수 없으니 시작하면은 시간 갑니다. 박태훈 학생 좀 덤벙거리는데 천천히 하세요. 자, 시작하세요.
A man going to the military at the age of 24 sees a news article about a celebrity being exempted from the military. He will feel unhappiness and lethargy at the unfairness of the exemption and anger at the celebrity bypassing the duty of national defense. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this debate. The topic for today is whether celebrities should be exempted from military service. We define this topic as whether people who are well known to the public by presenting our society with certain cultural benefits should be eligible for military exemption. We, the negative team, believe that the duty of national defense should not be bypassed by other factors and will prove that military exemption should be completely banned in Korea as a lead to subjective application of the law, reverse discrimination, and negative effects to the young populace. The Republic of Korea Military Service Act dictates that all Korean citizens of masculine gender shall faithfully perform military service. However, it also specifies that athletes and musicians who have contributed to the nation by showing outstanding performance be exempted from this service. To objectively determine whether a particular person has shown said performance, only persons who have received a high rank award from a global tournament would be eligible for the exemption.
Our first point is that military exemption is reverse discrimination. 2 articles in the Korean Constitution state that all citizens are equal before the law and have the duty of national defense as prescribed by an act previously mentioned Military Service Act. But under this act, athletes and musicians, by what this topic proposes, celebrities are exempted from this duty. Thus, although this military exemption is intended as a reward for raising national prestige, it reverse discriminates other citizens, thus violating Constitution and stand opposed to the required objectivity of the law. And our second point is that government rewarding secondary result is illogical. The primary purpose of celebrities, athletes, and musicians is not in raising national prestige, but in earning money and raising their reputation. And raising national prestige is just the secondary accomplishment. Also, the origin talent of celebrities do not completely come from their efforts, but partly in elements beyond their controls. For example, the financial status of their parents and physical characteristics. Therefore, the nation should not undermine duty of national defense. Previously stated weak arguments.
Our third and final point is that military exemption will decrease the morale of Korea's young populace. North Korea is gearing up and threatening us with nuclear weapons and missiles. At this political crossroad, no one goes to the military, rest assured that they won't go into war at any moment. However, once people receive military exemption, this will increase feelings of injustice and decrease the morale in male citizens. Also, this will lead to a psychological weakening of those in the armed forces. Naturally, Korea's military power will also decrease following the weakening. In conclusion, military exemption, while initially may be seen as a simple reward for advancing national prestige, is essentially a policy of reverse discrimination. Celebrities do not have the primary purpose of advancing national prestige, and this exemption will only negatively impact Korean citizens' well-being. Military exemption undermines the importance of national defense, and therefore, we beg you to oppose.
질문하세요.
Thank you for your presentation. We have a question for it. The maximum economic value of one Olympic medal is 269 billion won, but the economic effects of BTS over 10 years is 56 trillion won. How will our country overcome this economic loss if they go to the military?
We are aware that these celebrities may bring us various economic effects. However, we believe that equality should overcome those of economic benefits. We believe that as a country and as a government, we should show our citizens and the world that we value equality of our citizens over those of the economic benefits that these celebrities may bring us.
For example, for BTS, they make a word so much and rank on Billboard chart once. They make money so much, so society have very big of money loses.
I believe your claim is that because if we send these celebrities into the military, then we would have economic losses. Am I correct? We also agree that these celebrities, including BTS, are bringing our society many financial benefits. However, as I have previously stated, we value equality of our citizens over those of the financial benefits they may bring us.
Also, you mentioned the Billboard charts as evidence, but the Billboard chart cannot be considered an objective entity to base the chart of legal performance on, as the Billboard charts take into account radio and streaming services, which can be essentially manipulated by BTS's fans. Therefore, it is a logical fallacy to suggest that it should be considered an objective entity for use in ranking military exemption.
Thank you for your answers. There is another question. That is, why aren't celebrities and singers like that when it's a military service exemption for Olympic athletes?
We are not only favoring those athletes in military exemption. We are also believing that athletes, including celebrities, should have no military exemption. And I believe we have had the point in our opening speech.
Okay, let's change questions. It can't only promote the country with spears, knives, and methods, but also with songs and popularity. So how will you compensate celebrities for promoting their country with the fame?
Well, we believe that celebrities promoting our country is actually an opaque term to take our stance in. That is because these celebrities do not have an actual global standardized platform in which we are able to perfectly judge who is better at something or who is the best at something. Yes. And
also, I believe we have made this point in our opening statement in our second point, to be precise, that these arguments you have proposed, that celebrities raising national prestige should be rewarded, the raising national prestige is only a secondary accomplishment. Thus, we should not reward celebrities for these secondary accomplishments.
Thank you for your answer. But however, isn't it fair and common sense in this era to give young people a ladder of opportunity to do like BTS if they try hard? If so, Korea's show business can develop brilliantly.
This mic isn't working. I apologize. I believe that we have also mentioned in our opening speech, the second point of our opening speech, that the talents of the celebrities, including BTS, the BTS group that you mentioned, it lies not in their not completely in their efforts, but also in elements beyond their control. For example, let's see. Please imagine that I am a member of BTS. If my parents, when I was born, was too poor to enlist me into I don't know what BTS's parent entertainment group is, so enlist me to this parent entertainment group, would I be a member of BTS? No, I would not, ladies and gentlemen. This is why we believe that military exemption should not be bestowed to celebrities who, even though they have talent, would not have achieved this level of fame without elements beyond their control.
네, 알렉스 쌤 질문해 주시죠.
Well, this is interesting. I'm an American. I do not have to go to the military as a guy. So maybe it's not fair for me to ask this question, but I do want to ask it anyway. You've already made clear that you agree with a fair society that's fair for everyone. And you've also mentioned that North Korea is ready for war, just ready, let's go. So there's a constant threat. You said you believe every male, if you're supposed to go, you should go, no exceptions. Do you think that level of fairness could potentially lead to a Korean society where there is no mandatory military service? In the US, it's called a volunteer army. It means we just pay them more money to stay, right? Do you, or would you support that kind of system in Korea? Yeah, a non-mandatory military service. And let me say, before you answer, It's a very political question. I'm not going to judge you based on your answer, but how you answer it, so don't worry.
I believe that Korea could go into a society of a volunteer army. However, we believe that before we actually do this system, we should be in a sort of a peace treaty with North Korea, because it is just too risky for us to stop making mandatory armies and helping people volunteer for the army. Yeah, so we believe that our issues with North Korea should be handled first.
예, 20분까지 마무리 발언해 주세요.
I apologize. Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, as Mr. Alex has mentioned, the North Korea is gearing up for military service. And as we have mentioned in our opening speech, national defense is becoming ever more important in these times. For our closing statement, we will summarize the clashes of this debate and summarize our team's case. The clash in this debate was whether economic value is more important than equality. We the negative team has proved that equality is more important than economic value, as by the affirmative team, military exemptions should be awarded to celebrities. But we based our case on the previously mentioned clash, which means we need to delve deeper into the debate in order to determine who won this clash, but also the entire debate. They said that celebrities should receive military exemption because they have contributed and raised the national prestige. But we said that their talents stem from not only their efforts, but also from elements beyond their control, to which the affirmative team was unable to respond. So it follows logically that we won this clash. Next, there was a little chat about the economic loss when when celebrities should be exempted from celebrities are exempted from military service. But ladies and gentlemen, the exemption of celebrities and athletes and musicians from military service will lead to, as we mentioned also in our opening statement, a psychological decrease of ordinary citizens. This will lead to an economic loss that we believe is even higher than BTS's 0.5% of Korea's GDP that the affirmative team mentioned. In conclusion, as we won both these clashes, logically rebutting the opposition's arguments, we believe that we won the main clash of this debate. That is, whether economic value was better than equality, and thus we believe that we won this debate. And once again, we beg you to oppose. Thank you.
네, 고생했습니다. 네, 두 팀도 이제 쏘기 후련하겠어요. 그죠? 네. 자, 내려가시면 됩니다. 여기 마이크 한 개 더 갖다 주고. 마이크 한 네. 마이크를 안 꺼도 자 조용히 내려놓거나 들고 있으면 돼요. 네, 이게 무선 마이크 특성상 켜면은 한 2초 정도 딜레이 타임 생겨요. 네. 자 오래 기다렸다 그죠? 네. 이제 우리 남산중학교, 명서중학교 3학년, 2학년 딴딴딴 이름이 월드와이드 웹 맞죠?
아니요.
어우, 쏘리. 팀 이름을 그렇게 지은 이유에 대해서 한번 들어볼까요?
고민을 많이 했었는데 정한 게 We Will Win의 약자로 저희의 강한 의지를 담았습니다.
네. 부모님 오셨어요?
아니요.
네. 자, 4명의 학생은 친구다 그죠? 같은 반이에요? 아니고.
저희 셋이 같은 반이고.
네.
제 혼자 다른 반이에요.
성지우 학생이 다른 반이고.
남녀 분반이라.
아, 미안합니다. 네. 내가 교복을 잘못 봤어요. 네. 그럼 어떻게 해서 끼었어요?
저희가 꼬셨어요. 같이 하자고.
인기가 있는 모양이네.
아니요, 인기 없어요.
근데 왜 그럴까? 인기 관리 잘해야 되는데. 자, 동일하게 마스크 벗어도 돼요. 네. 자, 이 딴딴딴하고 시너지는 그때 추첨할 당시부터 반려동물 안락사냐 보유세냐 반려동물을 주제로 동시에 뽑아가지고 서로가 한꺼번에 많은 아마 공부가 됐을 것 같아요. 그죠? 예. 그래서 이 반려동물과 관련 반려동물 뭐 반려가족 동물 가족까지 이렇게 올라가고 있는데 보유세와 관련되어 가지고 찬성 입장을 가지고 오늘 공부를 해왔습니다. 그죠? 시너지 팀은 이제 반대 입장에서 또 질문을 준비를 했을 것 같고, 자 보고 할 거예요. 네. 보고 하더라도 마지막 마무리 발언할 때는 토론했던 내용을 약간 가미해서 하세요. 네. 자 준비됐으면은 자료가 준비됐으면 시작하면은 역시 시간이 갈 겁니다. 자 박수 한번 부탁드리겠습니다. 준비됐으면 시작하세요.
하나, 둘, 셋.
Hello,
we are WWW. First of all, before expressing our opinions, we looked up a lot of terms while preparing for this competition. As a result, we found that the word pet is more like a toy, so we decided to avoid using the word pet and instead use the word companion animal, and we're going to use the word companion animal in this presentation. We'll start the presentation now. Do you raise companion animals? According to the survey by KB Financial Group, as of the end of 2020, there were 6.04 million companion animal households nationwide, accounting for 29.7%. Simply, it is about 1 in 4 households. Nowadays, as more families raise companion animals, related issues are also increasing. One of them is the companion animal retention tax. It means the tax on households with companion animals. We think we should impose a companion animal retention tax. Here are the reasons why we think like this.
First, it can make companion animal carers take responsibility for their companion animals. As mentioned by the Animal and Plant Quarantine Agency, the number of abandoned animals increased from about 80,000 in 2013 to 130,000 in 2019, recording the highest for 5 consecutive years. Like this, the number of them is gradually increasing. Currently, there are no strict procedures for adopting adopting companion animals in Korea, so people don't take it seriously to adopt and abandon animals. We believe that this environment influences the increase in the number of abandoned animals. We believe if the retention tax is imposed, Keller will be responsible for raising animals and taking them seriously, reducing the number of abandoned animals. In addition, it can prevent indiscriminate adoption and improve the environment in which animals are easily adopted and abandoned.
Second, it can improve animal welfare. Some of our taxes are currently being used for animal welfare, but that alone is not enough to cover the cost of animal welfare. According to the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, about 20 billion won is needed to operate the Animal Protection Center alone. But the budget is only about 30.5 billion won. However, if the retention tax is imposed, such costs can be covered and animal welfare can be improved. Actually, many countries support animal welfare by imposing companion animal retention tax. Among them, representative countries include Germany, the Netherlands, and Switzerland. In Germany, it installs a playground where animals can loosen their leash to move freely and cleans excrement in public places. Also, the Netherlands, animal police monitor animal abuse or abandonment, and in Switzerland, free toilet bags are installed on the street. Like this, if a retention tax is imposed, it will be possible to improve animal welfare, as in the case of overseas cases.
Third, it can improve the animal-related policy. Based on the Korean companion animal newspaper, the biggest economic burden for carers is the cost of veterinary hospitals. The government can reduce the burden on carers by subsidizing a portion of the cost through the retention tax. To support this amount, the standard cost policy is necessary. Then, each veterinary hospital will set a similar treatment fee, which varies widely, so that when an animal is sick, it will be possible to receive treatment comfortably. However, to create this system, about 10 billion won is required. This money is difficult for veterinary hospitals to afford, so the government intervention is necessary. Therefore, a companion animal retention tax is asked.
In conclusion, the companion animal retention tax can make carers take responsibility for companion animal, improve animal welfare, and animal-related policy. So we're in favor of imposing a companion animal retention tax. Thank you for listening our presentation.
질문하세요.
Most people take responsibility when they adopt their animal first. The biggest reason for abandoning pets is getting bored with their pets while having pets. What do you think about it?
Can you say it again?
We think most people take responsibility when they adopt their animal first. The biggest reason for abandoning pets is getting bored with their pets while having pets. What do you think about it?
According to the book, The Story of Animal Rights That Connect with Teenagers, less than 5% of people are responsible for raising their companion animal until the end. Now, many people abandon animals for reasons such as just because they have grown too big or no longer feel cute, even though the companion animal retention tax is not imposed. In other words, the reason for abandoning animal is not only because of the cost burden. So we mentioned earlier, if a retention tax is imposed, killers will be responsible and they can reduce the number of abandoned animals.
If the government implements laws about the regulation of abandonment of pets and of immoral business like pet shops or dog factories, we think we could reduce abandoned animals. Then why must we bring into law the pet tax?
If the companion animal retention tax policy is implemented, there are people who are unable to bear the retention tax. But just as we pay taxes based on our income, we can reduce the burden as much as possible if we come up with measures to do it, such as imposing taxes based on the income of households that raise companion animals, or providing benefits such as medical expenses and supporting for items needed to raise animals.
Thank you for your answer, but I have another question. The definition of tax is to impose where the income comes from. When people raise their animals, no income happens, but little spending happens. Do you think it is right to impose where spending happens?
Frankly speaking, there is no financial benefit to humans from companion animals. However, animals increase achievement, self-esteem, and stability in humans, and reduce stress, depression, and anxiety, and help mental health. Despite the lack of profits from animals, people raise companion animals and cover the cost of raising animals, such as hospital bills. Even though they don't give them material benefits such as money, those costs are just a bit of a burden on them. This is therefore not relevant to the companion animal retention tax.
Thank you for answering. People who adopt many homeless pets feel pressure to manage them, but if they must pay tax for their pet, they can support the expenses. What do you do for them?
Currently, Germany imposed a tax of 13,000 won a year. In addition, more taxes are levied on dogs and guide dogs, rescue dogs, and severely disabled dogs are exempt from taxes. In addition, the U.S. imposes a tax of 40,000 won in a year on dogs and 161,000 won a year in the Netherlands. In this way, standards can be set and differentiated by referring to various countries that currently implement the holding tax system.
Okay. Korea currently imposes a fine of more than 3 million won for abandoning animals, but will paying hundreds of thousands won a year reduce the number of abandoned animals?
Are you asking us the number of abandoned animals?
Yes.
Every year, abandoned animals are gradually increasing, as we said before.
Okay. If the pet tax is introduced, people who have pets will feel pressure to pay taxes and they might abandon their pets. So the number of homeless pets could be increased. What do you think about it?
As we said before, the number of abandoned animals is increasing. So if we impose a retention tax, carers will be responsible for their companion animal, and we can reduce the number of abandoned animals.
네. 네, 질문 뗐어요. 다음은 우리 김태현 선생님께서 질문을 드리도록 하겠습니다.
저는 WWW 팀에게 질문을 하겠습니다. Actually, I am one of those dog lovers. 1338만 명 중에 한 명입니다. 네. So I am having the second dog right now. So I have this question. Actually, pets are dogs or cats are kids or sons or daughters to us. But they are our babies. But do they charge tax to the parents for having babies? Actually, it's the opposite. The more babies humans give birth to and raise, then the more money they can get from the government. But, so why do we have to pay pet tax? So can you say that? Why are, I'm not arguing. This is a question for you to think about this. So why do pets have to be treated differently? What's your idea?
As we said before, animals give us achievement, 그냥 중간. As we said before, animals give us achievement, self-esteem, and stability, and even reduce stress, depression, and anxiety. So that's the profits that animals give us.
네, 답변과 함께 마지막 발언으로 정리해 주세요. 알고 있는 만큼 답변하면서 발언 정리하면 됩니다.
Also, human babies, when they grow up, they would give some taxes when they grow up because they are also as one of the communities. We are in favor of companion animal retention tax because there are many positive aspects.
For the first, it can make killers take responsibility for their companion animals, so it can reduce the number of abandoned animals, prevent indiscriminate adoption, and improve the environment where people can adopt and abandon animals easily. Second, it can improve animal welfare. In addition to what we mentioned, many benefits can be offered, such as free medical checkups and animal shelter support. Last, it can improve policies related to animals, such as assisting animal medical expenses.
Of course, it doesn't only have positive effects. It has some following problems, such as the registration system for companion animals and establishment of standards to be introduced.
However, if detailed standards are established by referring to countries that already have a companion animal retention tax system, and the retention tax system is introduced step by step, negative effects can be minimized and positive benefits can be maximized.
The companion animal retention tax is the first step in creating an environment where companion animals are good to live. So, companion animal retention tax should be imposed. Thank you.
네, 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 고생했어요. 우리 김태현 선생님께서 반려견을 엄청나게 아끼시는 한 분으로서 질문을 하신 것 같아요. 자, 팀 명찰 들고 내려오면 됩니다. 예. 예. 이제 마지막이다 보니까는 이제 정신줄을 약간 날려고 하는데 너무 안 돼요. 예. 다 물어보는 질문을 안 할 수 없잖아요. 내가 다른 팀들은 다 추적이 되는데
네.
예, 아까 딴딴딴도 영 예상외로 내가 빗나갔고 이게 이제 예, BM은 어떻게 지은 이름이에요?
BEM은 저희 존경하는 조동현 영어 선생님께서 옛날 고등학교 때 동아리 활동을 하셨는데 그 영어 토론 동아리 이름이 BEM이에요. BEM은 it's short for Best English Members.
예. 뭐 선생님보다 나은 제자가 돼야 되는데 동아리 이름하고 이 팀 이름을 같이 하면은
저희는 아직 좀 많이 부족하지만 따라가 볼 거예요.
예, 선생님이 저작권법 위반이라 안 하던가요? 예. 자, 인터넷 실명제 도입과 관련해서 찬성. 아직도 우리가 인터넷과 관련된 여러 가지 논란들이 많고 넘기는 연습하는 거예요. 예, 아직 돌려놓으세요. 시작도 안 했는데. 알트 F4 아침에 일찍 발표하고 질문까지 기다려가다 보니 엄청나게 힘들죠.
네.
그런데 마지막에 하면 이제 그 긴장은 안 돼. 아침에 일찍 하면서 긴장을 많이 했던 것 같은데.
지금 긴장이 더 되는데요.
그럼 먼저 하는 게 체질이네.
네.
네, 좋아요. 자, 또 어떤 질문을 해주면 좋을까? 예, 마스크를 뭐 벗고 해도 된다는 이야기는 똑같이 하고 싶고. 예. 자, 예, 좋아요. 아니 뭐 자유입니다. 예, 좋아요. 앞에 나와서 해야 되는 이유가 있나요? 좋아요. 예. 그 모니터를 그럼 조금 앞으로 밀어서 해도 돼요. 파워포인트 준비한 자료가 있는데 그 이 밑으로 보고 하면 좀 그렇잖아요, 그죠?
네.
예, 앞으로 좀 우리 직원 가서 좀 당겨줘요. 앞으로 요 카메라까지 쭉 당겨주지.
진짜 너무 떨려.
다른 학생도 나올 거예요.
아니요?
네, 혼자만.
예. 그럼 다른 학생 또 멀리 가면은 잘 보이죠? 모니터 잘 보이죠? 네, 좋아요. 자, 많은 분들이 오랫동안 기다리셨는데 마지막 팀입니다. 박수를 한번 치고 시작하겠습니다. 준비되면은 시작하면은 시간이 가도록 하겠습니다. 준비되면 시작하세요. 보고 할 거죠?
아니요, 안 보고 할 거예요.
미안합니다. 내가 이제 나도 마지막에 내가 약간 긴장이 나지네. 안 보고 한다 그죠?
Hello, I'm Namnira, and our team agrees with Internet Real Name System. We suggest following 3 specific reasons that stand our opinion. Before you get to the point, what do you think Internet Real Name System is? It is a system that requires Internet users their resident registration number. Contents. Firstly, human dignity is more important than freedom of expression. Secondly, efficiency and effectiveness. Finally, formation of proper internet culture. Firstly, human dignity is more important than freedom of expression. What do you think freedom of expression is? The internet in the 21st century is coexisting with our lives. In other words, internet has already generalized. As a result, there are people suffering due to malicious comments. However, criminals' penalty level is very low. Most of the criminals receive punishments such as probation, fine, community service without victims' agreement. According to Korean law, human dignity must be respected at all costs. Nothing harms human dignity. If freedom of expression hurts a person physically or mentally, it is violence, not freedom of expression anymore. It is stated in Korean law, the media or publications shall not infringe on the honor or rights of others, public morals, or social ethics. In other words, without taking into the other's mood, an opinion that harms others cannot be recognized as a freedom of expression. Freedom always brings along responsibility.
Secondly, this system helps improving efficiency and effectiveness in finding the suspect. If internet works under the real name system, users have to take a responsibility, so abusive language and slander against other people will disappear. And they have to choose careful language, which makes cybercrime surely decrease. The way to find culprits now is IP tracking. This work is very time-consuming and requires a lot of labor forces. Although countless of incidents happen in internet, most of them are left out. As time flows until the suspect is arrested, mental pain and possibility of additional crime can be increased. But if the real name system is introduced, time that is costed in investigation will surely reduce and the victim will suffer less. Finally, it will establish a clear and polite internet order. According to the result released by Realmeter, a public opinion agency, 69.5% of the respondents said yes, and 24% said no, nearly 3 times the opposite, which means most of the people agree to the enforcement of real name system. There must be manners to follow in society. Even on the internet, there is a courtesy to each other. However, it is hard to be expected in anonymity. We have to remember that while it's nothing to me, it can be a big score to others. If we present our opinion under the real name system, we will double check whether it is true or not, and whether we consider others' position. In these 3 reasons, we surely claim that using real name system is a groundbreaking system that has many advantages that can correct shortcomings that happen in internet. Thank you.
질문하세요.
Thank you for your opinion, but I have some questions about it. If we use internet real name systems, users who feel pressed about internet real name system may be able to move another website which isn't applied. How can you keep the users there?
We admit with a point. However, if the system is under the enforcement and forms a positive culture, situations will get better gradually. Also, foreign servers such as Instagram and Facebook will surely know of many problems that happen in internet, although they are not enforcing the system in internet and unfriendly internet situations. So we hope that there will be an atmosphere that wants to enforce the internet real name system.
Thank you for your answers. And this is my question. When internet real name system is implemented, bad comments may decrease, but good opinion may also vary. It is not true that effort should be made for a good internet culture. But what do you think about the possibility that Korea's internet culture will decline due to the barriers of internet real name system?
You were saying that, such as a statement that social minority says will decrease, and it will avoid that this system will disturb to make the Korean society in internet will decrease.
We don't really agree with that point. Exception always exists. As you said, social minority and their statement has to be surely respected. For those who are in social minority, we have to consider these obstacles gradually after we enforce this system. We can't disclaim the profit of the system just because we aren't sure of this solution of these problems or these obstacles.
Even though the bill has already been ruled unconstitutional by the Constitutional Court twice, isn't it meaningless to propose it again without sufficient consideration?
Can you question me one more time, please?
Okay. Even though the bill has already been ruled unconstitutional by the Constitutional Court twice, isn't it meaningless to propose it again without sufficient consideration?
But there is many advantages through this system, so that we claim this is essential to make the social Korean society more better.
Internet real name system requires the disclosure of real names to others as well as other personal information. In this case, the risk of personal information leakage increased, and in fact, more than 80% of Koreans were damaged by SK Communications' personal information leakage in 2011. Is there any way to prevent such a situation?
Thank you for your question. And according to Information and Communication Network Act, paragraph 2 of Article 23, law keeps people from personal leakage in legal force. Also, there is a possibility of leakage that can happen in current situations, but people are still using the internet system, which means they put up with the disadvantages such as possibility of leakage. So if there is a leakage of personal information, it's the user's responsibility because they agreed to the internet service by themselves.
In Korea, internet real name system has been implemented in a site in 2009. There were more than 10,000 of people in this site, but the number of bad postings didn't decrease. What do you think about that?
It is, to correct your questions, it is not 2009, it is 2007. It was 2007 at the moment when the system was first enforced in Korean internet system. And the usage of the internet wasn't activated at that time. So negative comments and malicious comments weren't that much to say. It was decreased clearly after the enforcement. There were many changes throughout such a period until now, so it's worth a try to impose this system in current situation.
Thank you for your opinion. I have the final questions. If you're in this situation, can you disclose your name and ID and almost something on the internet? Tell your opinion and the reason.
I would surely say yes. It is because if I have the polite and positive personality, there would be no matter if this system is enforced in internet or whether it's not. This system has to be enforced just because the culprit and the criminals
and their behavior.
Thank you for your opinion. 저희 질문 끝났어요.
예. 글로리아 질문하세요.
I read in an article, and it mentioned that Mark Zuckerberg, the CEO of Facebook, mentioned that people not using their real names shows lack of integrity. Is this true, and why?
Please give me a moment. Facebook is foreign server, and Korean situation and their situation is totally different. As we said before, in Korean, most of the republic says yes rather than no. So most of public agrees to internet real name system currently in Korea.
추가 질문 있으면 하세요.
My question is, if you don't use your real name, it shows that you lack integrity. Is that true, and why?
We think it's if they're clear with the opinion and they believe in their opinion, they surely will post their opinion in internet bulletin board. So if they are using unpolite and negative or slander behavior towards others, it will be their integrity will it's not very clear to post their negative opinion to in internet bulletin board.
네. 마지막 발언을 할까요? 시간이 넉넉하게 남았기 때문에 천천히 하세요.
Before we get to our opinion, the other team disagrees with following opinions. We agree with your point that we can't control foreign servers. However, we hope there will be an atmosphere that wants to enforce the real name system as well as in foreign servers too. And second, you said social minorities should be respected, and we agree. So we suggest to revise the system gradually for those who are in social minority. In conclusion, we have 3 specific reasons to agree internet real name system. Firstly, human dignity is more important than freedom of expression. Recently, more and more people are suffering from malicious comments, but the level of punishment is very low. Secondly, it can prevent damage from crime. It is easy to search for perpetrators through internet real name system. And if comment writer is named, writer will be reliable for his or her writing. So many criminal acts will disappear. Thirdly, establishing internet order. According to the result released by Learmeter, public opinion agency 69.5% said yes, and only 24% said no, which means most of people agreed to internet real name system. In these three reasons, we surely claim that internet real name system is essential, making clear and respectful internet culture. Thank you.
예. 드디어 끝났습니다. 예. 드디어 끝났어요. 예. 예. 다 학생 여러분 다 고생했고 스스로 격려의 박수를 크게 안 칠까요? 예. 자, 들고 내려오세요. 예, 고생 많이 했습니다. 힘들지요? 예, 부모님 힘드시죠? 예. 자, 저희가 집계를 바로 하도록 하겠습니다. 집계 바로 하고 바로 또 시상식을 우리 팀이 3위라고 생각하는 팀 없나요? 3위 팀 극락칠면조. 일단 다 올라오세요. 네. 일단 우승으로 가는 길에 확률이 더 높아졌습니다. 네, 한 팀이 빠졌어요. 준우승 BM. 나오세요. 좀 이따 시상식은 우승팀부터 할 겁니다. 예, 일단 줄 서세요. 우승. 예, 조용히 하세요. 우승팀이 있어요. 학생 조용히 하세요. 우승팀이 있다고. 예, 여러분들보다 잘한 팀이 조금 있어요. 우승. 세발자전거. 자, 나오세요. 자, 시상은 우승팀부터 하도록 하겠습니다. 시상 우승팀부터. 자, 줄 좀 치워줘 가서. 우승팀이 맨 앞에, 그다음 준우승, 그다음 3위. 아, 그래 할까요? 왜냐면 문안을 다 읽어줘야 돼서. 예, 3등부터 하겠습니다. 3등부터. 자, 사진 포토 타임은 줄 겁니다. 상장 제 1023호 1024호 3위 극락칠면조 이해나 이한나 김하진 오효원. 위 팀은 2022년 제5회 창원의 피움이 영어토론대회에서 위와 같이 우수한 성적을 거두었기에 이 상장을 수여합니다. 2022년 10월 29일 창원 특례시장 홍남표 대독. 상장은 향후에 학생 개인별로 포토 타임입니다. (3위) 부상은 시상금 30만 원이 되겠습니다. 왜 그 시상식 하고 이제 끌고 시상식 하고 이제 끌고? 네? 아, 돌아다니지 말라고. 상장 제 1023호 준우승 BM 이혜현 이태연 남유라. 위 팀은 2022년 제5회 창원의 피움이 영어토론대회에서 이와 같이 우수한 성적을 거두었기에 이 상장을 수여합니다. 2022년 10월 29일 창원 특례시장 홍남표. 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 상장 제 1022호 우승 세발자전거 박지원, 김은혜, 박태훈. 위 팀은 2022년 제5회 창원 IPUM이 영어토론대회에서 위와 같이 우수한 성적을 거두었기에 이 상장을 수여합니다. 2022년 10월 29일 창원 특례시장 홍남표 대독. 자, 우승팀하고 역순으로 심사위원 옆으로 서세요. 우승팀부터 찍고 그 다음 찍고 다른 팀 찍고. 과장님하고 심사위원 같이 서십시오. 자, 하나 둘 찰칵. 상장을 펼치세요. 네. 우승팀은 상금 60만 원입니다. 자, 다음 준우승팀. 자, 잠깐만 뒤에 백 바꿔주고. 네. 자, 다음 3위 팀 서세요. 자, 나머지 팀들 포토 타임 있으니까는 순서대로 올라와서 사진 찍으세요. 자, 됐습니다. 자, 나머지 팀 사진 전체 촬영하겠습니다. 올라오세요. 전체 촬영하겠습니다. 자, 부모님 나와서 사진 찍으세요.